Hello, gamers. Welcome. Hello, crew. Welcome. Oh, I'm Nate. Welcome. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Hello, No Tom. Hello, Jofu. Welcome. Howdy. It's the finale, I think. I actually don't know how much left there is. Hope we all had a good weekend. Mine was uneventful. Alright, let's just get started right away. It's hot today, man. It's so hot. Maybe my room's just small, but it's hot in here. Oh, we just skipping the pre-lobby. Straight into the lobby. Don't remember much in this last case. Fair enough. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The day fun happened on my island. I think the child came and I stopped playing before the child came out. New child just dropped. New defect ironclad child just dropped. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization legally executing its own brand of justice. And discovered that a respected yard inspector was at his heart until he perished in an assassination plot. Yeah, they just asked, right? I'll say to all the members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. It's you, bro! You're the disturbing finding. Counsels, you'll undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the better end. Resolve, yes, that is my intention. Who's a bever? I don't know. Haven't released yet. Why am I saying this like some kind of collab or something? Ironclad X Defect drops today at midnight or something. My lord, may I inquire? Defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Soku permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? It's colluded with alluding to with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. You shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted on... What did it say? A written petition to Lord Strongheart requesting that the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Who did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has been leading up to this 1 day. Reset your streak? Oh no. I don't know. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, Give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Time for legal action, yeah, take them to court. Kazuma was bristling with hostility today. I got a distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that even really Kazuma standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the close hearing of Barak Van Zeek's The Music again. The defense is ready, my lord. Prosecution is more than ready. Or are you red F or something? You're more than ready? Very well then, the preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord, the prosecution calls the first witness to stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku to the courtroom. At last time, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this time is going to test it to the limit. So this guy is evil somehow, I'm guessing. Just because, you know, he tried to run away, but he said he was running for his life, but I don't believe that for a second. Because of the correspondences we found, right? Because this was sent to Jigoku in his telegram. Not to mention, Inspector Greggson's pocket watch part was inside his case. When state our name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, wasn't it? Or subpoena. I did what was necessary. Oh, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. I am Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. "16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. Personally invited him to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. Here he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was an honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Yojikuku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied a young murdering student turning up here, of all places. You couldn't be yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and I'm full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. So this guy is even more evil. Yeah, they're more of farming. I'm here to London Biomutation International Forensic Science Symposium. But then without informing of anyone of your plans, he took flight to France. Took flight. I'll have to object to that turn of phrase. Explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? I lived in the country prematurely when I was dressed and invited as a guest, maybe questionable etiquette. But my decision to is unrelated to this case. I couldn't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Appreciate that respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. Simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is far more reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. Lord. Also has ties to another murder. A case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Yurika, are at the heart of both cases. Defense has evidence to prove it. Hello, Louise. Welcome. Oh, Renosuke, I see from the look on your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seisho Jigoku is involved in this case? Probably his telegram, right?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Japan and Britain approximately 1 year ago. Communication contained 4 names: K. Isogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Yukoku. What? How on earth did you... What is this about? Why is my name on that list? Since the 4 names follow a certain pattern, T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of the victims. Keisoku and Asian are the names of assassins. No. How does he not know? A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Cooper was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. The real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Shin and her victim Jay Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. Says himself from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was a British police officer, Tobias Gregson. Sogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof that this international contract to kill. What? How do you not know your name is in the file? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Jikoku, what is this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Igoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of the Scotland Yard. As shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill, it never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seisho Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Huh? You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claimed that these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say this very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only gives proof to his guilt. Here's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness cabin on board the SS Grouse. Judge Ikuku, you have to testify now. To refuse to put you in contempt of court. Doomji, thank you for his subscription. There is no need for such a quiet, vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Seems that this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange in the events on the night of 31st of October. Present your form of testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. So it was real? However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there was a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Political endeavor at the highest level is not something I can discuss here. To use it was such a worthy practice as foreign study, to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? So we had a reason for taking sword to that British inspector, you know? What? Which is why I accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? But he is 100% evil. Kazuma-sama? It's because he's the arm of the Reaper, right? Judge Ikoku, if you are the mastermind behind this Operation Japan, then tell the court the identity of her counterpart in Britain. He won't do that, I think. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. Hello Jessica Brunner, thank you for subscribing. As I said yesterday, I killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission. But on the night the plan was to be executed, I blacked out. In short, this assassination exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this: police inspector cannot perish aboard the steamship in Dunkirk. Because if it had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Rexon was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Brock Van Zieks. It's literally not possible though. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. Thinks that such a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Why does he talk like this? Clearly a plot only a government minister, a high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. It's you, bro. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the police in this court to pursue that villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Yes, my lord. I keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, I think this is a pretty easy contradiction. It's the one where you said he couldn't have done it, because they would have heard it. They would have heard it, but there's a mandatory evacuation drill, right?
Objection!
If they were in the evacuation drill, he couldn't have heard it. Or they could have not heard it. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a good crewman posted outside Judge Goku's cabin. However, we couldn't be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. 1. Have here a notice. A particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where'd you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 PM and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen on the Sisgrouse were gathered on deck for evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. During that 20-minute interval, of course. Any gunshots emanating from her cabin would have been heard by no one. Hello, James. Welcome. Summary, Judge Ikoku. He had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
20-minute window of opportunity. That is an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred on his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than a conjecture. Very true, all counsel. Inspector Gresham was killed in Judge Ikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. But the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence before the court at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken on board the cabin on 31st?
Take that!
Judge Ikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? Kind of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? You will observe the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is precisely missing that part. Oh, Beef, welcome. Can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this is retrieved from Judge Ikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on 31st during the 28-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Ikoku. Oh, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. Rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Ikoku feels the same way. I was wrong to quit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I know that anyone would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world from your ridiculous bombast. He's so evil. I think it's clear. The witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in the cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall on which you have stumbled. Prior to your new testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this is part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. We may proceed to give a formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me after I returned to my cabin. After I finished my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with the ippon seo throw though. Couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch is broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon seo. Common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. Careful to not use too much force, but the man obviously leaned too hard for his watch to take. So, Mr. Naruto, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch is broken in the witness cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the root person of death. All the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. That makes sense my deep gratitude for you, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Ikuko will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I see no time for wasting precious court time on this cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. Defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Chris, proceed, Mr. Naruto. And that seemed to shut down. Waving gun.
Hold it!
I think this is suspicious. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever came to London alive. Just take a moment to think about the ideas yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on a steamship in France, how on earth could he have gone back to Britain? People died, their bodies remained at that same spot. The devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage are inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. Now, I'd like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine that the body would have been disposed at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by transporting the body back to Britain. That's a good idea then, but what if he needs to set up someone else to take the fall? Perhaps not. Mr. Sato. We've heard that first-class passengers are under constant scrutiny by a crewsman posted to guard them, which would mean that Hope had no opportunity to dispose the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. The transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain in words that you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. Say your amendment testimony now. Hello, frame trash. Welcome. There's no possible way I could have transported the corpse back to Britain. Is that true? Wait, could that be Gregson in there? I remember he was hiding inside that trunk, so I would imagine Gregson could also fit. That's when they just arrived, right? Could that be it? I wonder.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? How is it the opposite is true? What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. Transporting Inspector Gregson's body to Britain is only something you could do. What are you talking about, Rinosuke? As well as being in charge, Mr. Jiko was also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. That's true, he said that, right? All these passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Aha. I presume you recall this, Judge Ikoku. This is a photograph he took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. He got the TSA pre-check. Damn. Paid that $20 or something. As the court would know, you have a very large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo is surely not suggesting. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Joji Goku's truck. That's crazy, so that was a picture of 5 people instead of 4. I was wondering why that was added to the court record. I was like, why was this added to the court record? And then now this explains it why. What a nice picture of 5 people. Or in the court, I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Goku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we've spoken to you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. I think he returned with you in the cabin to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gore, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged that there were signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of a requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. Well, one place I'm certain they're found is on a large ocean liner. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh for the long sea voyages. And the SS class is no exception. Professor Mikotobo told me about it only yesterday, while Judge Goku. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All evidence points to you being the killer. Oh, this is very heartening. I see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on the study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. Now I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Goku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's nothing really need for me to respond, is there? However not. Because before you can even answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? And it's quite logical. Actual scene in the crime. Prosecution says it's unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street, where the gunshot was heard. And the accused Brock Van Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in a little room in Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid the prosecution's claim that it's only a fairy tale here. How could you say that? Quite simply. Because their claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our position. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that the Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene in Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Kazuma's sword broke and also was embedded in his trunk. Right there. So what makes us say that he did not die there? I think that's Ruxin blood. Maybe it's the trunk or something. Is it the trunk? No, it's not. For our research commission to present nonsensical evidence. I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? He moved there after his death. Only one piece of evidence that we have just to answer that surprisingly clearly. I don't know. Obviously, it's not that. How did it still die either? Probably not the sword. On top support. What is this? Anything? It's not the trunk. It's not the photograph, is it? I don't know, am I stupid? But where is his dead body?
Take that!
Cause he wouldn't have curled into a ball if he died immediately, right? The photograph of the victim in the very location he claimed he was killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. His Frederick Weston hadn't been shot there in that room. Without the question, his body would be curled up in a ball like that. Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily adopted that fetal position due to pain of being shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection.
Sorry to disappoint, Judge Yuriko, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly. Who would have felt no pain? Let's be able to withdraw himself into that position. She begs to question why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of his arrival on Fresno Street. Before it was coldly turned out on the floor from inside of a large travel trunk. No, quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Ikoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? It's my blood in there. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Empire Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some strapless baseless accusations. However, Judge Ikoku, there's blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in the trial of Britain's highest court. Kinda got you there. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold that information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Yeah, I'm cooked, I'm afraid. Or in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what will it be? Can't be serious, you did it. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. He's gonna say Kazuma killed him. He saw my trunk. This is possibly a part of defense. He's gonna say that Kazuma killed him or something. Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. You made them aggressive murder. No, I would not admit to anything more than what I've said. Killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I may dispose of the inspector's body, which has been left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there has pointed out, I had no chance to throw it in the ocean. But why would you bring it back to his special room? Inspector Clarkson's special room? That doesn't make any sense. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth killed the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right, who else could have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seichiro Jigoku. Taking the words right out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. Thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? The prosecution counsels are admitted to witnessing the witness's cabin lying in question. Guess on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. And that's what I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? What awaits your response to the witness's assertion? Assertion on that line of question. The victim's son was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end, it seems someday. The answer's right in front of me. Comes out to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, Fence is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the murder victims could have been committed by prosecutor Sugi is impossible, right? Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. Claim that the logical reason is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can't prove something else here. Yeah, man, that would have been impossible for prosecutor Asugi to commit the crime. What? He wasn't on the ship at the time, right? Cause he said he checked into the hotel or something. Court will only accept the argument as supported by compelling evidence, so present what you have, counsel. What's the proof that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of prosecutor Sugi's involvement? Seven at the Red Hand League. Oh, obnoxious. Senior psychiatrist in here. Hope that goes well for you. Why did he leave though? Following departure from port in Dunkirk. That means the ship already left by the time, because he didn't go on the return ship. I'm pretty sure. Because he got off the ship when they got to Dunkirk. So he would not have been on the ship at this time, I'm pretty sure. Because this is after departure from Dunkirk. He stayed in Dunkirk for the night.
Take that!
Satire for the crew members is as discussed, my lord. This is a conclusive proof. Satire, how does that prove anything? Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim body in your cabin, the satire suddenly become much more significant. What? Why? Undeniable question as always. Crewman sentry was outside on guard outside your cabin door. Unless he was there, nobody could fire a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that a guard would not hurt and come to investigate. That tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. Another 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. Crucial point is this: when an evacuation drill took place, same ship I already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time, which Kazuma Sulu was not. But prosecutors will see in the fall of yesterday's proceedings. I didn't come back to Ripon to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson to disembark the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. Kazuma Sulu could not possibly carry out the killing. Yeah, I'll get him, man. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Was just saying that to exonerate himself. I can't really trust that he disembarked the vessel. Obviously, he left my cabin. He did himself somewhere on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... Now that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? His defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I saw my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. No escape this time. Forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's how we leave the court an honest answer as a common man. Is he gonna break the desk or something? He said that he did that before, right? Told an inspector to ask Rex and transport his corpse back to Britain. Then he dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look like as if a murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jikoku? Forging a signature, yeah. So a damn trial 10 years ago, this is when it all began. Come back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Hello Roger, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god, he really did break it. Oh, he's got gravity powers? It's over, my life is over. He's got gravity powers, man. British assassins eliminated a professor in Japan, and Japanese assassins eliminated the detective in Britain. Both assassins used diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and safely return to their homelands. Assassin exchange request arrived from Britain only a year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. For that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Things didn't go according to plan. The chosen assassin never made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time, in Kazuma's place. That left me with only one option: carrying out my obligation. Eliminate the mark myself personally. Of course, there was one single opportunity for me to do that. International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. So I would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. I made the arrangements for a pretext I would take the inspector to Dunkirk. Why would someone plan to kill Gregson? I think it's because Gregson helped cover up the professor stuff, I think. Same with John Wilson. So whoever was orchestrating it was trying to get rid of the people connected to the thing, to the professor. As you can see, it's T. Gregson and J. Wilson. You can see Gregson in this picture here, and in the autopsy report of the professor, you can see that John H. Wilson was the coroner. So wait a minute, he's given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that, Brock Van Zeeks, you're gonna say that again? The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. Ah. So the assassination exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart, but you could, he's in the room with us. Anyway, the inspector accepted that the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It's past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside for the time being, so I left it just... Given the slightest of my aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. In the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended him finishing him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. Bang. I received a British issue handgun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Never imagined I'd use this for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question, why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street? That's what I'm saying. Why did that happen? The judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could have taken the body on the deck or threw it over to the side. That's precisely why where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first class cabin sentry returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. Who's a young English judge? He's Mael Strongheart. And then, rather than over, you conceal the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take the steps if police were to be convinced that the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You mustn't have intimate details of Inspector Grexon's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. Inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, nor me a man by the name of Hugh Bone, from which he would take back his police identification. Ah. Is he related to the old judge? I don't think so. I decided that the man would be a perfect person to set up as a culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, and then... Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I saw a young girl selling firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the kind of trick then and there. So I decided to don a simple disguise in Portugal in order to buy firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? Was it a redhead? For some reason, the spider had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, though I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. Oh yeah, people were talking about his beard. I can see why they were talking about his beard now. Hairpiece was found on the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only realized the room at 4:45. I placed the body on the floor and moved the noise board and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it for firecrackers to go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would have walked straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was a bag of fish and chips. Ah. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems that the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. But why wouldn't you just throw it away instead of putting it back with the body? I don't get it. Is he like inseparable from his fish and chips or something? Yeah, well that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. I've read the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. But what about the English correspondent? Series of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you see now can make matters worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say. Given that instance, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we just get this over with now? It's finished, all of it. I'm finished. Tell Majesty, that is the name for Majesty Queen. I now pronounce the court findings of this court. This man before is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seisho Jigoku, it is an opinion of this court that you shall be found guilty. But what about like Barack Van Zieks? And I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this court. Objection. No objection? Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Guxton and the subsequent conveyance of his body. In short, the defense innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Something wrong. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. True identity of the Reaper and the Billy and this extraordinary assassin is strange. You remain in the dark about these mysteries, however, insofar the indictment brought on against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, as you wish, now for the formal adjudication. Hereby declare the defendant Brock Van Zieks. Cosmo's objecting. Prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? Accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Yurika has already confessed. Nevertheless, Brock Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi. Surely, the murder of Inspector Guxton was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. Clear from the witness testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but so what I want to know is who of course Jigoku who is pulling the strings. The victim of the friends have been murdered on a mission for the Reaper, only to have been murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination experienced someone in a position to give such an order. As we have already established, the Reaper himself. While certainly, that would appear to follow. Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Brock Van Zieks, of being the Reaper and the Bailey. Furthermore, going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? How so, bro? You have no evidence. Order. The Reaper of the Belly, a long-standing mystery counsel, are suggesting that you have some new information in which to build a case. Scholar has already thoroughly investigated Lord Van Zieks in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. How so, man? What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange has been negotiated by the Reaper himself. Means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitely the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenacious you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Venzix. Now we'll bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes. Let's see that's gonna be. Explains cosmic science before. This happened nothing to finish what Lord Venzix unwillingly started 10 years ago. Guess this is what this stuff is for, right? Aruma, autopsy report. Very well, was really regular. I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. Bro, he has nothing. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. Hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplemental hearing. And the fire's back. The leg chop is so good. I like when he does that. He's by far the zestiest prosecutor. Man is made of zest. If it wasn't orange, he'd have no flesh, it's just 100% zest. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy that as I verify this file an unremitting accusation. How is it so sour the contents of my hallowed chalice? Lord Venzix. First had this sort of software pseudonym with the Reaper 10 years ago now. I apologize for talking about Clavier. I've never played the Apologetics game, I'm sorry, I don't know him. I only know him from a sequel. Ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So, welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let the justice decide, Lord Venzix. Prosecution seeks to build in his case by calling the witness. Cruz is the primary witness. In order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the ability. What's his defense? Putting on the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. Right, he's not himself. I knew it would be like this. Came here to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and his friend. Maybe something more than just friends too. And that's what we must do. This is no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand. Give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. The reason I went to Fresno Street that day, how I came to discover the body. Point is, no commentary exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusation by prosecution. But that you're the Reaper and the Barely, and that you're the mastermind of the assassin exchange. Acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be a Reaper. However, that's a fallacy for which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ernest Naruto? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? And I a desire to uncover the truth. Wow, I messed up that word. Even the truth proves your client to be guilty. For all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. Truth can be hidden. Sooner or later it will come out. Unless it gets redacted like the Epstein files or something. When's the truth about that coming out, huh? So it's always my intention to work for my client in the pursuit of truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you were just waiting to point it out. Consciously, you're convinced that lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Well, it's still whatchamacallit. This one, right? No commentary between me, myself, and Dr. Gregson. Has to be this, right? Gregson's here, Wilson's here. This is your brother? Has to be this is a contradiction, right?
Objection.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? Pleased to see that the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Or in the court. What reason do you have for presenting 10-year autopsy report here, counsel? It's the autopsy report for the professor's final victim. It's an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that occurs his name again, the professor. First, I researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. For a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. Someone employed the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. Clearly, was certain that he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved that Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. Enabled Lord Ventix to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory he implored. A marvelous victory wasn't. I wonder if that's really true. What? Could it be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question is in fact fabricated? If the inspector, coroner, and prosecutor all collude together, catch an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? Why is it someone in power in Japan and Britain using 2 killers recruited for the assassination exchange? Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer. He was sentenced to death. It was all a sham. I swore to myself that I would prove it. So I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast to this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he's gonna break it. I knew it. He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. Tell me that your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see without evidence, it's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have the evidence. What? As the curator, I crossed the channel into friends with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretense of being an assassin recruited to kill Seisho Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make sure that Inspector tell me the truth. What truth? Truth about the evidence that he acknowledged I already deduced. It's a closely guarded secret that went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. But the thing is, he wasn't originally going to be the prosecutor. It was Miles Strongheart that was the prosecutor. So if they didn't make a deal, it would have been Strongheart that would be implicated as the Reaper. How are different than my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabinet? I drew my client's illustrious sword, Karuma, before Inspector's eyes. Quickly understood what my true motive was. I see, you're that Sogi young lad, aren't you? Oh what, you're gonna calm me down with that thing instead, dude? That will very much depend on the answers you will give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. the truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But fortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admitted then. Evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'll say another word. If your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. That's how the blade broke, I'm guessing. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The results of Benji's autopsy were fabricated. And the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. What is fabricating? Single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of duel. Scarlet insignia visible on little ring fingers of the right hand, and no document of corresponding ink was found. Only vital evidence was recovered from the victim's stomach. What the heck was in his stomach? No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. They cut off a little bit in order to pervert the course of justice in a way by one man. The man leading the prosecution for the case for the prosecution, Harako Van Zeeks. That doesn't make sense because he wasn't the prosecution back then. He has to be through this guy. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, has to be the Ripper himself who would liaise with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So follow that the Reaper's true identity, and only be the man that stands accused of this in the courtroom today, Harako Van Zeeks.
Objection!
I have misapprehension here. He was not the original prosecutor, Kazuma Sogi. What? Well, you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for a trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. It's a shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper, yeah, it's Miles Strongheart. What? You don't know? Lord Van Zeeks. I have no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. Miles Strongheart. True identity of the famous Reaper, infamous Reaper of the Belly is...
Take that!
None other than Miles Strongheart. The only person who could have arranged for the assassination and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Oh, Lord Strongheart. Well, he's the judge right now. He's the freaking judge right now. As it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of Professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Fenzix, has been killed. Holy good name. Him with a person named Mael. True, true. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Oh, I'm assure you this is no joke. Oh, Lord Fenzix. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I cleared for controlling the case. Investigation to that point. Supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt in some way, but the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It's a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seisho Jigoku. We're Strongheart. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. How is he going to get out of this, I wonder? Hello, Jeanette. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Poor with your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it's no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. Formal accusal, don't be absurd. Defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. Claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint's and Zeke's autopsy. It's utterly untrue. Hello, Maximilian. 3x.
Objection!
Am I speaking too slow now? Heard it from Rex's own lips, he admitted it. Now where's your evidence? What? Rex is dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. I mean, that's not the weirdest thing that's happened before. In Ace Attorney, or in the future at least of Ace Attorney. You mean to say... Look at how the system works in your little backwater country. Well, the racism comes out. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of mentioning some wild fantasy that can be possibly substantiated by anyone or anything. It's gotta be the dog collar, right? The dog collar is the dog collar with the blood on it. It's gotta be the... It's gotta be the, whatchamacallit, the evidence that they found. Ugh. What's the dog collar? Order in the court. Oh my god, it's gonna be Herlock, isn't it? Herlock has the dog collar. He has it. Oh my god, Herlock to the rescue. Collins Frederick X's murder and the flight in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. It's really left no one to testify about the events 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. Clean up any loose ends. Why has no business ranking over the codes in a case that was concluded a decade ago? Accused of the plot by the prosecution and defense categorically denied. I take that there are no objections. How could you just say that? Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Herlock saved the day for us. Is there no other avenue to go down and pursue the truth that happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeke's autopsy. Oh my god, it's Susato's father, right? There is someone. It's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin on the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. South won't say anything against Strongheart. But there is still a ray of hope.
Objection!
I can't believe it. It's him! Watson himself. Actually, there is one person. One person could still testify about the autopsy. Don't be ridiculous, there's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Azuma, please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person in defense would like to call this stand and testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is none other than Eugene Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. Expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago, he came to London with Seisho Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. What could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. This guy, the racism came out of this guy. Guy had some steak and some eggs. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. Defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of utmost urgency. Whatever happened in the autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Of course he is. Prosecutor Sylvia, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, he accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the mastermind in the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So I present your revenge without claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need the witness testimony. Unless your case is closed, there are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would be appeared to have possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Wow, that's freaked up, man. Now, as I said earlier, this court has established, reached the conclusion despite the matter at hand. Spider Gregson was murdered by his Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind a whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you will be remanded upon these proceedings willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Arg. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Sogi. Oh damn, he's so sad and angry. Wag. Wag. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is voted. Is it Sholmes? Please, Sholmes, save us. Oh my god, it is him. Mr. Sholmes. He brought his theme music too. This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. He might be the best detective we've ever seen. But I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. Of course, you should hear what he has to say. Lord Miles Strongheim. Imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. So, is it really, and why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of this trial to answer that question, if I may. We would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth on these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused by the being the Ripper has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, how have you been invited to attend? Not allowing to the prevarications of our superiors. We're in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Really? Is it like jam in the jar or something? Did someone put jam in the door? Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. Others in the gallery have no rights to express opinion in court proceedings. Silence! He's right, you know. The judge is on absolute authority here. Yes, it was a trial to end, it must end. But I really do. Since dark things is the current balance means dark things indeed. So you're saying a person was saying the same. What's... How should go on? Summon the witness. That's right, we need to clear this up for that jump these fellows in custody. My lord, you sure that those present will cover the whole truth here? When you clear yourself out of this outlandish accusation, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. How would the trial? Testify, testify, testify. Well, my lord, testify. Hear the voice of the British Sharks I take it. He's going to try to close it anyways, I bet. I think you'll find it rather awkward to silence. Court will recess briefly so you can run away. I have a notation for shirking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. He's already here. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. He's trying to get out of it. Pardon? Kotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today. He's waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? President Kotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you beautiful bastard, you. You didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one's in a better position to answer that question for you, surely. Of course he knew. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know? Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are in no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now, as of the result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo, the risk is up to you. Ah, yes. Plus you have Iris' little lucky charm with you. Oh my god, they're gonna use it again. Absolutely, it's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and as a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, ears are at your disposal. Just one hug if you please. Oh, of course. Of course, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witnesses and bailiff, twist his arm around his back. Bailiff, lick his eyeball. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper and the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? I bet he's also the professor. How deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. To be continued. Why is Maria Gori here? Why is she staring at Mikotopa? So witness, please say your name and occupation with the court. Yujin Mikotopa, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Human University in Tokyo, Japan. These are the sons of Edward and Phoenix. No, they're ancestors to them. I think. Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gore. Scholarly arts practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm not gonna tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Pretty much just appeared. Summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy, but he didn't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. Had her eyes boring to the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came into light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. He was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Oh, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice, some questionable strings have been pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. It has been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands that you were visiting a student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord of Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. This is Dr. Wilson's entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through all the documents and signed it. Poor Mama, as a secondary assistant, she could have done a good view of all those innards. She wouldn't have had such a good view of all those innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Crooks? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy might have never happened. He was absolutely convinced that it would reveal the decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Strongheart had the intriguing ability to allow it to take place. But correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was the result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here. That's why I'm here too. Who invited blood? Very well then. Go with your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will say truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Autopsy of quintuplets. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication the autopsy results haven't been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by Western style sword transfixing the heart. That I find a little strange. There were no signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. That's Yurika, are you certain about that? Oh, nothing that could possibly identify as such, much less word in the testimony. Hug. Why is he laughing? Why is my man laughing, man? He's like that I show speed meme. Why are you trying not to laugh, Strongheart? Oh no, now he's just laughing out loud. Well, that clears up things nicely. The only fabrication here has come from you. What? You claim that the inspector confessed just before his death. That is a fabrication. Oh, he freely acknowledged it, I'm sure he did. Freely. The tip of a sword to his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. Harako could have no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint death. With this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. She's still looking at him. Pardon, my lord. There's most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. Beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. What were the professor's previous victims? Died when an enormous beast was set upon them and then ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. Curiously, the killer's last victim, Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. You're stabbed to the heart with a sword. In a Western-style sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. Promise to control your testimony as soon as it entered realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? He does not want the cross-examination. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yunosuke. For even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. First, we need to find out what the heck was found in his stomach. What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly around with a hole, as if it might slip over one's finger perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. Father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus cordis of his left hand, on the third or ring finger, and the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left for Japan 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. I remember that ring. We do. Father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. Rings are a lock and key in the stores of Skylar to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there was some deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the men there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from here in the stores. Oh gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Ah yes, I'm afraid so. Hesitate there, Professor Mikotoba. Will we read something into that? Ah well, just start thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gore, the removal of historic evidence from the storage requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the coroner cannot deny that it is a crucial piece of evidence for today's proceedings. Oh well, you may submit it. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looks like claws protecting the jewel. Let's examine very carefully, Mr. Nahoyo. Very carefully indeed. Those fat claws do a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone and in the middle of the ring. If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding, the claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was a very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto, even for you. Ugh. What makes such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Sticky mochi bun on that size would go down much better, with some red beet paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on something somehow. Okay, it's just begging me to present this evidence here.
Objection!
Court has heard that the ring has been extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? Let's try. As I said in my testimony before, At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson has requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this rings in fact did come in the victim's stomach or not. Or are you just suggesting counsel? That the ring was never taken from the victim's stomach to begin with. It's highly feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. Or are you saying that Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, somehow was stolen from Mr. Asogi? Or just that during the procedure, pretending to have found it then and there in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition and best, what possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's autopsy report. Explicit in our report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was known internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. Very done informing, my lord. Lack of internal injury says it all. What? Swallowing this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the jumpsuit to contend with. Her brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. Who has stopped at nothing to ensure that the evil killer is brought to justice. He really had swallowed the enormous ring. It's inconceivable that there would be no traces of his passage down his throat that would have remained as eternal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the stinky point. It's precisely why I had my doubts about defining myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. Still remember in the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in my stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? Said Namikitoba. Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws it has, surely you expect to see damage on the throat and esophagus, or mucous memories at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you, I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify the assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right, Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the storage without permission will not go unpunished. We're opening up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she shows to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? Just remembered something. An year earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before about a memory I have of Genji and Ahsoka saving my life. What? Father saved your life? 10 years ago on a foggy night. Oh, didn't you guys ring stolen here or something? Genji and I are walking down the street at some late hour. All of a sudden, don't make a peep, coming with us. Here's his ring. Our emphasis is their faces obscured by scarves. Seeing there was silence all around. Genji lay on the cobbled street, blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was in the ring finger he used on his left hand. He used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying? I always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but Genji was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. I mean, it was stolen from him. I think that's what the thugs were after that night.
Objection!
You pathetic coward. Expect me to believe that you weren't involved. Who really hates him? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who took it. You stole my father's ring.
Objection!
You set up to be painted as a mass murderer, Kazuma. Open your eyes. We're no escape. Must know deep down. Truth can be completely scary even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. At the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial to see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you're Lady Justice yourself. Since you have convinced yourself in this alleged fabrication of the autopsy reports. So much so that you're apparently blind in the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it. What? Oh, it's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there is some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Nasuki not have excluded the findings out of his trial? Oh. In a close court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? He said it is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. Actions of a man who was accepted responsibility for his deeds and resigned to his fate. Never say he killed anybody though. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Azuki did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... Sure, that means there's no fabricated evidence. Obvious conclusion now, which you could have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering ability for logical thought. Mention Asogi's silences here and can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if the autopsy was all above board, there's nothing to stop Von Straham from bringing this kind of immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Oh, is that Choms again? What is that? Oh no, it's Kazuma. Thank you, Rinosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord. Reason is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. With your pardon. Claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. Overlook the possibility he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. The autopsy results were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man would have been tested.
Objection!
All those results were an invention, alright? There's no question of that. You're forgetting the two people in connection to the autopsy have been assassinated. I forced the grievances I feel from my mind started to see you in a very different light. I think probably it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Miss Naruto. You can only show a reason for his father's silence in his trial. The reason why the man would say nothing even though he was innocent. Perhaps it will be some part of a negotiation, perhaps. Or the escape plan, right? Now for Eric, the court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Suki's silence in court? I don't think this is it, right? As will and testament, simply after conflict's execution. Some negotiation. On my death, all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London will be delivered to my son. With deep sadness, I set my fate in this foreign land. Now I shall never see my homeland again.
Take that!
Okay, it's not that. Patience for red is going thin. The cause of the song knew the evidence became fabricated. I always say nothing in this trial. Why was it? Saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Is it the dismissal notice? This is the only one that mentions the escape, right? I don't think anything else mentions the escape plan.
Take that!
It's true that Genji Soku's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. That didn't actually lead to his execution, on the contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he's been sentenced to death. Though I find it hard to believe that my father would negotiate in that way, the defense is correct. Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. I must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. Here are the dismissal words. This dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. Let's read, there are indications that the jailbreak was planning in prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there are suggestions of some sort that negotiation between Mr. Asoku and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison. As that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I'll go further than that, in fact. I would say the elaborate jailbreak plot of Mr. Asoku can be explained no other way. Order. First, fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand, Enoch Drubber. Witnesses. Daily vigil? People who can test about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Odd. Governor Caden, and the chief warder at the prison. I want this to allow this trial to run too far. To summon the prisoner of the governor of the prison after all these years. I wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. He's already here. What? Father? My dear friend may have been a little rat-pated at times, but I'm sure he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Keaton and Mr. Vigil to attend Old Bailey as a matter of extreme importance. Mr. Sholmes did that. Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, playing just outside the courtroom at this very moment? Look at his smile. Oh man, he's loving every minute of this. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. Promise that you will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more to delay this prisoner's arrest for once and all. Yeah, cause you're the damn murderer, man. Come on, be real here. Story tips and memorization tips. You just gotta keep reviewing until you remember. With the new ones, say their names and testimonies. Say their names and occupations for the court. I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls you gossip. Your other person, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be chief warder at the Barclay Prison. The prisoner you've been summoned here in court today to testify about the jailbreak of a so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, professor, we've already been this on the floor a decade ago. The conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened. Common scene from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Ah well. Common sense certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped in the prison of his own coffin. But of that complexity would have never been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Keaton, don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection. Turns out that you were involved in the plot to break out Mr. Asoki out of the prison, then of course, consequences will be very serious. All likely for a capital punishment. Guys, hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness Governor Keaton. Aye, sir. Critical role to play in the public safety of our great country. Great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. No disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, both involved in some way. To testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break out Suki out of Barclay 10 years ago. It's the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. He signed a comment to the chief of the vigil here and put a plan in action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asoki Rab until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of his plot. I didn't care if there was negotiations between the convent and the prosecution's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Director from the prosecutor's office, are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized our plan? I didn't ken that. Say you don't know. Listen, there was a thing about the professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just wanted to tell. I was just to know what I told. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. I see. Over planners from the prosecutor's office. One thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings between Mr. Asobi and the office. Elberg was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to his crimes he did not commit. That counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, my lord? Let's see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Can't assert your right to cross-examination. Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It's really warm here. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, counsel. Silent combat before the vigil.
Hold it!
So Mr. Vigil didn't know anything about it at all. But my role in this game was a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, what else do you know about the plan? Probably not the first idea, laddie. My part of the whole business is basically just dealing with the aftermath. Why wouldn't they be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who could give us some orders? I don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. I can tell you. The night that actually happened, the person at the range was Dr. Stevens, or Dr. Scythe, right? The Courtney Stevens. Or Dr. Scythe that you didn't know now. Why did I have to call him such a terrible business? Knowledge that the order came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the men's escape. It must have been some sort of negotiation and some explanation. I won't believe that as a man. I didn't know anything about it. Which there's no place for telling you I would know for sure. I couldn't do that much, I do. Tell me also know this. Not telling what you do know is also a criminal offense. You're just out following orders, that is. Afraid that won't resolve the guilt here. Man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. Very, very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So what's it to be then? Given all this thorough conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
To carry out the plan in its entirety, I did everything I could at the time. You know, Genshin Isugi was shot dead in a low-gate cemetery after he escaped. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? All she wants to do is get him dropped out of the jail and nothing more. I could not tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
Why does he have something to say? Sir Vigil, something wrong. Oh, why? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Why are they both saluting? Governor King just seemed to upset you. To bring something to mind, perhaps. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted that memory from that time from my mind. Betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. This is my father was betrayed, it seems. Well, you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine the shooting of Mr. Soga in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? This doesn't make sense, does it? Rebecca may admit the crimes didn't come out with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. It's treachery of the worst kind. The point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need at all for chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, it's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Asugi never intended to keep his or her end in the bargain. It would have been far simpler to let the man be executed in prison and executed by his sentence. It all happened in a vast chamber of secrets at Barclay, behind the prison walls. Suppose nobody knows what really went on in that execution room now. This is unsettling and mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there was a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there's some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Sugi and Bai at the top, this ain't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. Many your form of testimony, guides. Go on then. Does not seem happy about that. It seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have anything to bargain with. Is this the only weapon he has left? This Hasugi peppers?
Objection!
Especially on an ultimate murder, she didn't come out on a verbal assurance later of being broken out of prison. Genshin Solo was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. Nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Sogi Google Daki. Which means Mr. Soku must have a trump card, something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed, some kind of weapon. However, is the Falcon an aid? Possibly have anything like that. You know that he did, Governor. Sogi Papers, the name given to the last one testament of Genshin of Sogi. Ah. Turns out Mr. Sogo was hiding as well in a cell at Barclay. Q4 video call with him with the one day. You squirrel, you wee rat. Did I no tell you to keep that a secret? Can't touch me now. Golly. When Mr. Fisher calls out of the will through the bars in the common cell, we could play with the warrior. It's on that paper. That's one testament. Sword is the only weapon I have left now. Weapon? The comment had been called following the elaborate pretense of jailbreak. That document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Oh yes, all the prison were searched thoroughly for his belongings in the cell, but... the will is just nowhere to be found. Oh my god, this is a sword, isn't it? Did I miss something in the sword? Maybe not, maybe I'm insane. I have no idea where he would have hidden it. So understanding, his also search was made for the document, which became known as the Sogi Papers. However, Kaden, if you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Okay. Well, I'd be right in saying you knew. Here that so-called Sogi Papers, and the potential to make great waves somehow. Things, one blaze you're blithering about. The will was found right and proper. Fellas saw where she said it would be. Could not be. Where's in the cell? I'll search the place from top to bottom. Oh yeah, didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely wally galoot. Peely wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. Show it to you what for, that I know young lawyer. Yes, you did. The document here, written in Japanese and reads, last will and testament of Genshin Sogi. Means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. See, undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Specifically described the document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, the scroll contains nothing of significance at all. I think that would give the comic any leverage. Suggesting, my learned friend. The last one testament story at Barclay prison all these years. Actually a fake. This has been clear to them already. What went on in Barclay prison. Far above, from above board. The last vilification of defense was a foreign to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we won't have the former chief's word. That man could quite easily be lying, at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No. I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with those so-called Asogi papers. Waste of time. The will is fake. Where is the real document?
Objection!
I know where it is. Supervision was stabbed back in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. Now you're just gonna do it again. Try to brain him a lie and turn your back on him without him even letting to defend himself. Instead of Barkley proves his handsome. It's good that the jailbreak was a mastermind by someone in the prosecutor's office. Good that someone that listened negotiating this. The Lord stripped Yurika and over these obvious facts. What did you just say? She hear more from the lawyer. Come and testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. He didn't chalk off his 365. They didn't check Libre office. Genshin Soku was a very frugal man. He used Libre office instead. It seemed that both of you are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw on the convict's last will and testament. Yes sir, my lord. So what are responsible for the condemned convicts? I tell Mr. Sogi and help watch over his cell. I he was found looking for. He was doing something in that will in his cell. Turn the cell inside and out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. All I found out about the Sogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. Someone was found in folds of the fella's robe and left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called. It's kimono, that's a lie. Search every inch in the man's cell. Look through all his clothes, it can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? You wee finger? Oh, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than you like to take hold of my cravat. Of course, is that what you're going to do, is it? Could you give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? He's shaking himself. Little and large, what a double act. I was about to say yaoi OTP. We could follow the Ahsoka's well as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. It's a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer the country's ever seen. We were very much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's lines arrived safely. I? Nay, denied the handwritten is your old man, eh? Yes, there is no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we would safely assume that Karma was merely prattling, though his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, may cross-examine witness. Yes, my lord. Tough watch over his cell. All finance local peppers. Documents found in village robes.
Hold it!
Shisogi's kimono. I only borrowed him when he was locked out. It was rumored to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. Try and spend as much room as possible during the few days before his execution. He had a number of personal significance I remember. He's very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword! Harama, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. Where is the soul of the family? Don't really doubt it, but I wasn't getting at that. Forget about being soul of the clan. Could the men have a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Reno's speed. Respectful silence. Boys carry firearms in all times, and the image of shackles around their ankles could not have made her away with that thing. Still, there was a lot to store, but no writing materials. Hi. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Harako, you see? Dr. Mikoto was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing from his prosecutor's office. Scissori inkstone, black sumi ink, some hanshi rice paper no down. Presently he wrote it. Sorry to say, that just looks squirmy, black jet with rims to me.
Excuse me!
Feel unfair, Mr. Vigil. Mr. Vigil, sir? It's Scarlet, sir. Scarlet. Recent scarlet instance visible on the little ring fingers. That means he didn't write the Asogi peppers. Clint Van Zeeks wrote them. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to put it out like that. This way more explaining would be helpful. Something wrong about the testimony you heard. Or something of importance. Something of importance, possibly not. Unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. We're doing well as well, K2. My lord, the flesh says that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Document was written in Scarlet. Perhaps I'm mistaken.
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing, is that what you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? I believe that is exactly what you did see. What? Papers again, you have no evidence to see that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Is there something that has bothered me since the first time I read it? It says that scarlet colored ink stains were noted on the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, but I freely admit. Hazard against they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Which is not appreciated. Father was a well-bred and fastidious man. If Ink had sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What's your point, Consul? Point is this, whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing with unusual colored ink. It must have been Harako before this. Because he had died before he had an opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. The scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in that ink color was ever found. This document disappeared, suggesting the document my father hid in his hand that night in the cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death. Then it was. Mr. Vigil's testimony was to be believed, and it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil, sir? When you spotted Mr. Azuki, the document in his cell, his process was as follows, were they not? You're the only one who knows about this, right? Alright then, but what's on the paper? Only a weapon I have left now. He uses too many SAT words, so true. Conversation didn't really was, Mr. Vigil says. Oh my god, it's not his last will and testament. It's Clint Van Zeek's last will and testament. There ain't no complete change what the meaning of what Mr. Asoki said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the comic with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Sogi. It's the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My mother's last will and testament. Oh, I mean, he'd chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That's utterly out of the question. Or Van Zeeks. I was pursuing the professor, consumed in day and night. Whatever happened, he could never abandon his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He would never rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. Yet they willingly accept his own death. This obscene.
Objection!
Could be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And now Genshin Asugi came to be in possession of that document. So what possibly could the will have contained? What is something that can't be made public under certain circumstances whatsoever? His arm with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Something so damning that it prompted the powers to be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that the will contained information of utmost secrecy. A version of almost secrecy. Ah. No, couldn't be. Or more than enough. Pursuing this notion of phantom mode, nobody contests to having seen serves absolutely no
Objection.
purpose. No, my lord, it's unacceptable. Would you say, counsel? Last will that Gungeon Sugi had in his position was of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimonial evidence presented to the court has logically led to that as a possibility. I have a duty to pursue the line and reason to its conclusion. No possible means of knowing the contents of the document. There is no line of reason to pursue. The reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. First, is so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. No explanation that fits these facts. It's an unthinkable truth that turns everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Listen now, Harako. However difficult the situation may become, work with your client and pursue the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Too sad though. Hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks stepped behind the wheel. Both Genshin and Soga was used to as able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. Now, Van Zeeks does not have a Jekyll Hyde thing. He's talking about his brother who died. Possibility of details that will relate to the professor case. Prince's last statement is merely conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Inosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament for Clint Van Zeeks was in fact... Was he the professor? Is that what his confession? I don't know, could he have been a professor? Is that what they're leading me to believe? Because if he wasn't a professor, why would he kill himself, right? Would just accuse the person of being the confessor, or the professor. I think it's a confession. He's the professor. This is you can do it, Mr. Naruto. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks was actually penned that day was a confession. Confession? Regarding the mass murder known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you ever realize confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asuki at all. No, can't be suggesting. In fact, it was a man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. Grr. Oh my god, they're scared of him. Finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Clint Van Zeeks fans have been thoroughbred the judiciary for hours. Nicholas is paragon of justice, but he's actually a mass murderer. Perpetrator. You're probably gonna find out. Law and order will be chaos. Brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. This is the only thing that could. I wonder though, did he never suspect? That's why they couldn't find him, because he's the one that's like investigating the professor, and obviously he's not gonna find himself. Be like, oh, wait a minute, it was me who did it. That'll be some like Quantic Dream, David Cage type writing, Heavy Rain type. You know what I'm talking about? Mr. Naruto. Lord Barack Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. It's inconceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Order in the court. Lord Van Zeeks. Professor used to know he was an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? He did, nothing. Yes, he did. Almo. It was one known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest and the grounds on the house. He always took Balmo. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if it was following his master. It was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar on his neck. It was a collar, oh my god, we saw that before. That's right, sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. The jewel-studded collar was stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? It's an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. Could be no doubt then, the collar you described was Balmong's. Family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' widow. There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we knew the dog was used for hunting, it could be taken from his quarter, as of course. I don't know, we haven't seen the Miss Baskerville yet. We don't know what she looks like. But could have equally have been from human prey. So it is true then. Clint Van Zeeks really was a professor. Possible. Companies are making it up to design their own. So far, the person responsible for all the murders of these nobles and rulers was the noble himself. And that turned with the enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. Father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought before against him. At the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, you deny it, Lord Strongheart. 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though the anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. But you're still the Reaper of the Bailey though. Could we be honest here? Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. He was the original Reaper. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. He became a prosecutor when to the purpose of pursuing the black roots of crime. He drove himself into a corner. Come to the uncomfortable realization. To fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. I always thought this music didn't really fit Genshin or Sogi. It definitely fits a Clint Van Zeeks much better, I think. This century is truly America's 100 years for Great Britain, lead the whole world. New industry, new technology. With the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Largely derived factories, air sick with noxious fumes and crime, born daily to fill in darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. We knew they weren't developing culinary arts. Yeah, true. As time went on, slowly ate his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really. Somewhat surprising. This truth has once again been unearthed by Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Sogi, turned up at my office one night. Professor? Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Let's issue a warrant to search his home at once. So Genshin figured it out early. He wanted to tell him. And then they framed him for the murders. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. This is the point. That's why none of you British can see it. his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. We have evidence. Nothing definitive as yet. He keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of this aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly afford Scotland Yard onto this based on tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asoki's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. I can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeek's perished. I don't believe this. The actual fact, Kazuma-sama's did. You made the late Lord Van Zeek meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor's killings by killing the professor. Taking a drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Since I hurried to the mansion where I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Suga must have already taken it. Nothing of the nature was found at the scene. I had no idea of the existence of such document at the time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor, or I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it that you were behind it all? It's you then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. You left that man employing an unforgivable ruse. It was you who arranged for this fabricated evidence. I ordered the detectives to take care of it. Let's keep the truth from him naturally. Gregson. Obviously opposed me at first. We're off Harako, we can't do something like that. Still question that was Sobi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. Our staff made the statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. As well, I have no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're sure of a murder weapon to boot. Try on time, Gregson. Let's put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we use whatever means necessary to make myself clear, detective. Why me? It's that night 10 years ago when I was attacked by the thugs in those back streets. Tension's ring was taken. That was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson. Find is discovered on the victim's stomach during the autopsy. In the light of this decisive evidence, Mr. Soge was found guilty with the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, I had actually struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It's extremely easy to make him comply, you see. He had one crippling weakness, his kid or something. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Soki. He. I see no desire to return your homeland, Asogi. What? You have a 14-year-old son. Free to cooperate and accept your guilty without contention. You will see Japan, your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, I will have no trouble in stifling them. So only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget, I still have the weapon at my disposal. How come I'm revealing truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden? Yes, I haven't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. Did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage truth would do. Oh, he's smiling. Protect this country's law and order at any cost, including the life of your father.
Objection!
I never dared to allow myself to even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Maya Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barack Van Zeeks? Let this fear of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? Upraising. I knew you played that part to perfection. Your role really wasn't somebody of the dead. No, you were London's guardian angel. Angel with bloody hands, I think not. Those who have cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Dr. Gregson, Dr. Wilson. Our men were tirelessly to ensure the finger and guilt could never come to rest on you. So all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago and he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. He had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Corney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? Successfully safeguard law and order our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. I was gonna say I found myself not guilty or something. But you definitely killed Kazuma's father too, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was you who did that. We haven't found out who killed Kazuma's father yet. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who started the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. John did that. Unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. Who would die at the Reaper's hand or run to the core anyway? I'll keep him London safe. You forgot, someone who didn't die for London. A certain Genshin Asogi died for no reason. There's no one left that who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. What is this music? Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It's all for the good of the country. Come on, Herlock. We need your help, Herlock. Can you do this? Can you really end the trial now?
Hold it!
I have one last question for the accused Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. You never suspected your older brother. The same thought occurred to me. It's only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. But since the judge is extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I'm sure. At the time, there were members of aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, at the time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That makes you suspect. Yes. It's only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit, that was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Evidence to support that idea. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. He who... Oh my god. He killed the Lord Chief Justice. Oh my god, the professor was not... Clint? Was the professor Mael the whole time? There's no way, right? He who trained, recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter the circumstances, unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. How would you? Either Clint Fenzies or Genshin is so big still walk this earth. However much we debate on this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But only two extant pieces of evidence from that time. The collar, right? We will be honoring the actors incriminating evidence to condemn Kenshin Asogi and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink. Left behind by the man. The truth of what happened is exactly what I've explained. He's lying! Oh my god, he's lying, bro! Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That's all, court is adjourned. Couldn't end it like this.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord. Afraid must insist the trial continues. He said 3-page confession or testament. This is only 2 pages. How does he know the 3rd page? I beg your pardon. Spoilers reminded today. Alright, we must stop at nothing to cover the whole truth. To that end, one particular statement made by somebody in the courtroom moments ago. Feel a very subtle contradiction. A contradiction. But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Now with Lord Francis and his recollection about his brother, I'm not sure how to implement the defense to speak at length. Philip pointed out I can draw no further conclusions here, so what on earth is a contradiction? All I've just said for something contradiction is how to identify who is Lord Shockhart. It was Lord Shockhart, I'm sure of it. He said something slightly off. Come on, Rinsuke. Think back over his words, find the problem. It's the 3-page thing, right? The ring, and then he said 3 pages. But there was only 2 found. Lord Shockhart, you care to explain? So what, Counsel? On the same as you just stated a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. While inconsistency remains, this is a right to pursue the explanation. Seriously, what? Let me warn you about the statement you were making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. Some of my word contains contradiction. Which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here is a will left behind by Mr. Sogi. 2-page will. What? Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally was the 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle. Governor Keaton, what can I do for you, sir? We were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And, quite sure, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I'm not correctly, the third was a mysterious lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't want any uncomfortable words about burden to get back to Japan, eh? Decided the third page on need to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I have the right to know what's said. My final words to father's final words to me. Courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. My father's message will be given to you at the end of the proceedings. It'll be too late to know once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Given this last scene may give us a vital clue. My lord, vice cause for vengeance over his last words to his son to be written loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be no consequence now.
Objection!
Prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every piece of possible evidence must be thoroughly examined. Where is Holmes? Very well then, Governor Keaton. You read the third page of the document for all to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point it out, my lord. Now, can they actually read the Wirram language? This will for him, writing. Shame on you, Barry. Mikotoba, where did you come from? If I could be your assistant here, I would happily translate the words into English for the court. Father! Still here are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after translating Genshin's message. Cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our cleansed great sword can pierce. Mighty Kadama, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. But it's 100% sword in karma then. That's the end of the message was seen. Cool poem, twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? Name of the Sugikam's famous sword. Where is the sharp blade new to all? Passed down for generations, embodies the Japanese spirit. How do we twist it? Is this the head? I don't know what he twists. It's not known to me. The katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one word by prosecution counsel where you confronted this Patrick election. All these procrastinations is going to try my patience. Oh, now I can click on it. Mighty Kadama, twist my thy head and watch him fall. All thy mortal foes. It's probably way to use the sword, isn't it? Maybe I should try it. First my neck, that's trouble. Mr. Otto, I might make a suggestion. Perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. What's the history and development of katana some time ago? sure you're probably aware that Sword's head is a part of the very end of the hilt. Sword's head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashida, I believe. Kashida. So Mr. Soki's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think. Up there it is. What's inside it? Is that probably one sheet of parchment? Oh my god, it's Clint Van Zyge's scarlet ink. Wearing scarlet ink. Pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Yeah, hold on. Look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zyge's. The date. 10 years ago on the fateful night. So for 10 years it's been silent, concealed inside Kadama, and no one would know. That's one testament. Clint Van Zyge's. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I can't read it. They won't let me read it. Remember, this score is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible to the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. Chief of Justice Lord Kunbenzi's tragically lost all sense of morality. He murdered his former mentor, clearly he was devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
It's this guy. He did it somehow. How dare you? I refuse to believe that, my brother. Because the only one who could benefit from killing the Lord Chief Justice is the guy who is now Lord Chief Justice. So much time has passed, we can never hope to know more than we do now. This is since the will he allegedly put in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Well, not so much. Not so fast, Arg. Where's Shawkar? Sure to be in something, but hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Heard you say time and time again in these proceedings. Everything you did was for the interest of the heading British law and order. Understand by then. Without the Reaper, we never had achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gluckson? What about Benji Asogi and Dr. Wilson? There were no criminals. Use them to achieve your own ends, then you had them killed. How you dress it up? There was nothing fair or just about that. Where's Strongheart? What exactly is it that you're hiding? Because he's the professor. Dr. Mikotoba. Were you not to quietly withdraw after the transition reform or association will? This courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. I wouldn't be so sure about that. In which case... hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Alright, we gotta get the biggest objection. This is my last chance. Shirahodo. I have to present some decisive evidence now. It's all over, but can I? Wait, my lord. Because it happened, the defenses have evidence to present. Here it is, the that was song before Pursuit plays. What? Don't be absurd. Something of relevance remaining from that time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that has escaped everyone else's attention. He's kind of spitting with that. We're pulling this stuff out of thin air. Nonsense. Yeah, slam that desk. What is it, Renosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence will reveal the whole truth about this whole rotten tale. How couldn't you? Decisive. Well, I'm afraid there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have to sell this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. That is evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence to clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament wrote Clint Van Zeeks. Ah, wonderful astute observation, I'm sure. In case it is secret, notice that document was long lost. That's right, it was. Only it wasn't. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. Can I read it yet? No. This document. It's key that will unlock the entire mystery. Let's go, Pursuit. Oh, he's making a weird face. My brother's last one testament. Where did you find that? What is rolled up inside this? Beside Kadama. Temera Genshin, Open Genshin Soku has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword for all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Century seal certainly look official. He's probably gonna say that's definitely my brother's handwriting. Oh my god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There could be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I'm strictly forbidden.
Objection!
How can you do that? You can't do that, my lord. This document will explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. Yeah, because you're the professor. The man that you handed to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Clear the drawer with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
He's trying to get everyone out. To that, my lord. And you suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Where's the blood any trial without good reason? And not just any trial, closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clemens used to really plan a world that day. That was as young as the Japanese man said. Read it out, now. With the right to hear what's inside the will. Alright, and the duty. Oh well, my lord. It rather appear as though proceedings aren't going as quite as you hope. You fools. Go ahead, Renosuke, read it. Prosecution gives full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. He's so scared. No. Appendix, my last one testament. In the final moments before my inevitable and willing death, hours 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. Good friend Sogi sends on my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dire ritual of a duel, that I might depart this world with honor. An honor which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. He's just aura farming back there. Clan Venzix, Lord of the Manor, the Venzix estate, hereby confesses the following. I'm the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor. Guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here disclose the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. I was impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon could rid society of such a menace. Demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my green hound. Though I am a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. Was he blackmailed or something by Miles Strongheart? Okay, he was blackmailed by. Good has become recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. Go over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I have lost my last shred of decency within me, sunk into the level of the wild beast. There is no path back to the line. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Maya Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Why is he trying not to laugh? So now we know, yes, Klimbenzis was a murderer. Somebody was directing him and naming his victims. But he did kill the first one by himself, right? Extortioner Lord Miles Strongheart, it was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, claimed that what the court has heard would restore justice in this country. But you weren't trying to put justice at all you were trying to do is see the truth of your true nature and the clown's lies you sacrificed until now. This doesn't make sense to me, that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. Just that I couldn't have no possible reason to kill the man. But you did you? Didn't you, Lord Strongheart? Certainly the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So here's your only hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeek, to take him down. Had to be done. London's unsavory showers are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. That's why I took his place. In order to fight the crime, he was allowed to spread like wildfire. I'm murdering the man. The Reaper, Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Will legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, continue so be. Well, that was unfortunate. I had intended to force him back to Japan as we agreed. Don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? And the night following his mock execution, I went to Lobe Summer at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. No, Jigoku? I have a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Goku has fierce ambition, made him easy to manipulate. So Jigoku killed Hisogi? 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Sogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and subsequently interred. I had to take him out of his bed before he ran out of hair. Sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh, Enoch Jubber, right? Looks for the visitor in the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Jubber. Personage grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. As if people find out this comic really wasn't executed, scandal will rock the very foundation of the empire. And what should we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. Can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? We had an agreement. Promise he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us could be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot. Jigoku shot Sogi from the showers. The grave robber was so close that blood sprayed over his coat. They didn't call Enoch Jubber. Fled as fast as legs could carry him. Jigoku and I put Sogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned that the wax-proof modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear 2 things. Never remove the professor mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, Chiko is buried along with Asogi's corpse. So now you know what really happened in Loki's cemetery that night. I didn't think that that guy would be the crime. The judge would be the criminal twice. Shikoku, your Japanese acquaintance who killed Asugi in the end, you see? Claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. This before Mr. Shikoku left the courtroom earlier. He said that the assassination exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So he coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. At that time, Shikoku was emerged Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. Imagine what would have happened if he came to light that he married a compatriot 10 years earlier. Would have lost everything. Really reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Like a baby. These past 10 years I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal network. Here's whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
Could be further from the truth. Fact is, haven't felt crime at all. How dare you? Save Kunveji's from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Plus, put behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. Then you made my father take the claim. It's unavoidable. It's the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Don't forget the legend code as well. Bias correction. Senator of defendants and Reaper to cover up the truth of murders of countless more. It's enough. You have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? If to fight fire with fire, courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. Silverzi's here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Okay, but like earlier you wanted to put him behind bars. And Inspector Gluckson probably think what you're having sullied his hands to a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi who risked his life to share the truth that you tried to hide. And the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... What will get through your thick skulls? Talk for queen and country, I'm tired of that excuse. Instantly twisted the truth for bargaining power. You can only do your bidding, nothing more. People who twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. Charlie suggests that you don't ever talk of justice again. I don't know why he's still the judge, to be honest. Gar. God. Is he laughing or something? What's he doing? Oh, he's clapping. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Delightfully grave expressions, a poetically pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? Occupying the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how do you put it? Done nothing. The face is a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? True, personally I have committed no crime. I've really been surrounded by fools who acted quite rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You consistently prey on people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just a bargaining? Okay. Sherlock, we need your help. I'd like to dress all the good ladies, lords, and gentlemen of the judiciary here tonight. You all know the dark recesses of our great capital. Deep down, I believe you also know. To fight those who dwell in there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now, because there is a situation with me. This catalog of horrifying revelations to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London. What might happen? I learned that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a suspected member of the aristocracy himself. Others fabricated an escape was found in secret negotiations of prosecutors to effect the jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins meant by Scotland Yard's inspector. Finally, it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. It would be cast from the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we accomplished is that public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. We want to continue to protect this new era of law and order. I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. I've successfully identified and apprehended the men responsible for taking expected drugs in life. That is all there is to this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. We are eliminated from these minutes of the proceedings, preserving the interests of law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? As a point, he said what's wrong and quite unforgivable, but on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order capital? Can't deny that the Reaper has done wonders for the crime rate. Uh-oh. I fear means are found, it's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. That sounds good. Are you hearing this? the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Alright, we gotta pull on the ears. Foreign words with the overwhelming wishes of the court record shall be erased. How to respect the man's ability to turn the situation in his favor. Court shall really is a master of manipulation. If conclusively proven his skill, and still he managed to evade justice, I just don't know what we can do. Rinosuke. Looks like the trial really is gonna come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. Really only one path open to me. Use evidence? Alright, Harako, please. Yes, I only know too well. Only thing I carry is anywhere in court. It's hard evidence. Oh my god, what is this? But Mr. Naruhodo. This is like his theme, but even more. What's the evidence that we could use at this stage of the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but there's any time to use this particular evidence item. We have them on the evidences now. The final boss music.
Take that!
Oh my, yes. Mr. Sholmes asked if he had that with you earlier. What's all Strong's fun doing now? I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. I think it must be time for the great detective to center stage, don't you? Hello, Sam. Welcome. Oh my god. Sholmes is a genius. I can't believe I doubted him at all. Yes, absolutely. Take the hair by the ears then and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, I must remind you every time. Gentle help will suffice. Mr. Sholmes. You're looking quite in the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes? Well, he's got a 3D hologram? What? How does he have a 3D hologram? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What's the meaning of this? Barely of the season, put that mind in ours. This is a close call. You've been once already, man. What the? Can't get a hold of him, my lord. He's a hologram. We just go right through him. Oh my god, he's dancing. Afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. He's transcended the mortal realm. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Very familiar, I wonder. The invention known as the telephone. Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal transmitted instantly to another place. What? Sounds intriguing. So, could not images keep them company amused? He invented a 3D. He invented this? Tyson and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. He invented live 3D video calls. How, dude? How did they do it? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just transmit the entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mrs. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. You mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I know my trusted partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he is grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped you'd been forewarned being a great his partner. If my courtroom at once, get out or I swear to you. Hear me, you on the other hand, Lord Shahar, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I'm not here, which would I hope you should actually to want to ask you. Where exactly are you? Very question I was awaiting. I'm in present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand. Garden at the Buckingham Palace? He went straight to the Queen? What do you mean Buckingham Palace? What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. You read the news, Mr. Naruto. Mr. Sholmes? Iris with you there? Well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Yeah, Sholmes is the first vtuber. Her Majesty. Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? Oh my god. Sholmes is he's a god. What is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty's Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto. Order for I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. Can't be. I mean, no. This is some unforgivably deceitful trigger by third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivable deceitful trickery, what an apt description. This court session, attended by the lead members of the judicial, is a rare event. Presumed Her Majesty will be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything from the start to finish. Oh my god. He's been showing her the whole time? Oh, you showed her. Oh, indeed. By dint of Sherlock Holmes' remote cinematograph, you meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. This is a prayer before saying for you on you talk of my latest invention. No doubt you're referring that the reverse is also true. How did he invent this? I don't know. He's a god. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you have engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was really... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Queen Victoria, oh my god. Iris, there you are. Oh my god, she's got the Queen's Decree. I have a message from Her Majesty. A message? Oh then, if everyone's sitting comfortably, Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously awarded to Miles Strongheart, hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for the crimes against his country in a public trial by a jury in the coming days. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. This is in his country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Miles Strongheart, how does he force you to conceal your despicable actions the past 10 years or in the past now? After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because you're no longer Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourn, 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 adjourn. Court is adjourned. Oh, the staff broke. Guilty. Oh, it broke. The scales tipped so much it broke. Oh my god. Is he okay? Holy, that was a breakdown and a half. It's a bit burned. Lord Clinton left the well and she confessed to everything. His words came out of Asugi's mouth. It deranged me completely. I knew I must do everything in my power to contain the situation. I couldn't find the damn document. I searched the cell, but it wasn't there. Specifically the jailbreak plot, I presume. Where's the Queen? She's not here. What do you mean? He took in the well is all-consuming. I was sure that was a facility Asugi's escape. He will emerge with the well somewhere on his person. His first searching of his limp body in the cemetery that night still eluded me. It never crossed my mind that it was concealed within the sword's hilt. There is no judge now. George's bench is empty. What pains me now that my brother left this world without a word to me. Sorry, Lord Venzix. Point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can it be? There's more to his last will and testament. We didn't read the whole thing? What? I guess not, we did not read the whole thing. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I do feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Harako. You have always looked up to me, and now you must follow my footsteps to become a prosecutor. My fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds shall not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Togi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. First is that this document survives, and the second cannot commit to paper. Confess my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude for my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. While a strong heart, glue with Shishojigoku and a criminal plot so immense, spanned the oceans. Cold-heartedly murder all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you say about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. You wanted to become like the head of the Justice Department or something, right? You wanted to be Attorney General, right? These last 10 years made me realize that being Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. She would have become Her Majesty's Attorney General. Could have no power to real power to affect the changes needed in this country. For that promotion, I would need to ensure that no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner as I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. I was just a step away. For your ambitions to succeed, do you even bother to count the number of billion people you have killed? Ah, Mr. Rupert, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You're very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in these proceedings now. Reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge appeared to have fallen from the bench, as it were. My is therefore going to trust the final adjudication to an old friend. He's back, my goat! My goat, the original judge. He's back, my lord. As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shouldn't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years have been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of the bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? Half of everyone present in the Lord Old Bel-Air, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You were too calm, my lord. First time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. I had the faintest sign of intimations. That British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally no change. This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruto, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh my god, he recognizes us. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in the Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, really not a lawyer. Truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Japan in the first place. Inside the wardrobe, right? The loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, had helped me study to become a lawyer. Billion Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. He made his learned Nipponese friend. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who has shown me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Save it for the best for last, Mr. Naruto. What a relief. Well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. With this guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes leave people on the brink of despair. For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. As soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than truth, the darkness takes hold. From there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of truth altogether. That's why it's my belief that we must all resolve to never avert our eyes from what's just and true. So we can continue walking straight and narrow path ahead. I must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Now your beautiful, composed face against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, will our paths cross again somewhere? Well then, I hear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm sure we will meet again in this courtroom before long. Prosecutor event Brock Van Zeeks. In conclusion of this proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Brock Van Zeeks not guilty. Yeah, fireworks. That's what I'm here for. That's all. Court is adjourned. $421. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruto, I really must congratulate you. It was truly a splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you on my side. Mr. Sato? Oh. How would you be so much to me? It really was a splendid show, that Naruto. Thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. Really not sure how that's what Lord ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, quite sure that when you see Lord Benji's smiling face, everything will seem much better. He is not smiling. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He's got a fist like thunder. Oh dear, really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruto. Yes? Almost a year has been now since I first encountered you in this very courthouse. For you to represent to the level of excellence you've demonstrated today. Wow, it's quite remarkable. But I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in court today. What those have robbed you something they held so dear? What was it he said? I would those who dwell in darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with the steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to take on the dark forces of crime. They did a fine work of establishing that the fact in court today. Oh. Thank you. What magnanimous words. Quite sure that Kazuma-san would have a smile on his face at this very moment if we were here. Kazuma. He is not smiling either. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder in here. Oh my, he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should be apologized. Your father, Benjamin. I have been stronger than perhaps. I made an unforgivable error in judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. Words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clemency wrote before his duel with my father. kind hunter with their respect. He's agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. Yeah, where was the second? Can't be written on paper. Come the second of his final wishes have been. How your father agreed to honor, you mean? Think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled, I went to prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why don't you put in more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seisho and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already, you don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you, something of great importance. One of my greatest friends, Genshin, whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You find a lady of the country hiding there. Lady of the country. She's not in good way, and she's with a child. Birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like for you to attend her. Please, you're her only hope. Oh my god, is this his wife? Whatchamacallit? Why didn't she is a child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. Oh my god, it's Clint Van Zeke's child. The fate of it was asked of me by a man I once knew. This is the dying wish. My goodness. I swore to that man that I would help. I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. If something should happen to me, I need to ask you to do the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can trust and truly rely on. You say something should happen to you? Come on, now you're gonna be. Never know though, you. What life will bring. He really thought he was gonna get out. He really thought he was gonna get out. That's so sad. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seisho and... No, not with him. Pardon? It's a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. She didn't trust Seisho, I'm guessing. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington Bear to Dartmoor in Devon. Found an old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. A poor woman was on the floor in the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. Broke her wires to precipitate the labors before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Don't tell me she died. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. The healthy newborn girl in my arms wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. It's precious little nymph, but old travel trunk caught my eye. Oh my god, this is the one that Iris used. It has a Baskerville logo on it. I haven't clearly looked after all these years. Is this Iris as a baby? They have top quite leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it, everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville. You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint entrust his child to my care in that case? It's completely aware that he even had a daughter, so he'll be Unc, right? That means Van Zeeks is Unc right now. Suppose he didn't have any choice. What? Unless he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. The true identity of the professor will ever be made public. Her would forever be burned as the daughter of a mass murderer. Ah. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. Imagine in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. He was Unc. He's Unc right now, actually. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course, but then he had to be extradited, right? However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. That's how her luck. I was a complete loss and I had to ask my great friend, Harako. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold and a mind of galaxies. Oh, he's 34, I think. Really, it's all. Somebody said all I did for the child. To give her a name. Oh? Came to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So is her name I'll give the little girl. Her wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Listen out, what's wrong? Oh, it's the ear thing, right? The little thing just punched me behind the trouser pocket hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong, ouch. Yes, I can hear you. See what X is talking to do. Let that be a lesson to you. It's your charms. You weren't able to take it properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Tuckman move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surprised myself, even. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said how my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Have a party to celebrate. Reaper, you simply must come too. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Village, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No, really? Oh, poo. Well, I'll give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. How lovely. Promise now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now then. Alright, Iris, thank you for your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come home soon. Ouch. One final pitch goodbye, was it? Oh, he's smiling. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Good Venzix, would you care to accompany me? You're going to the courthouse to get married. Certainly. Mr. Naruto, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. You're gonna have a child and name it Noel. I believe you have saved my life. Wait, Lord Venzix. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Vanzi's family will be ostracized completely from London society. Really not. As soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as a mighty reaper of the Bailey? Beg your pardon? We have passengers with the pseudonym and make casting the dark forces yourself. Then you finally been free from this repute. The battle's just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now that I'm here properly, I need to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruto. Kazuma Sogi. Seems that he's really mature suddenly. Santa Ora was mature, Mr. Naruto. I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. You sassy face? Yeah. Let's help Iris with a nice dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. No roasted leg of pheasant this time. Home. Ugh. What time you got here? We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, innit? Gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. Well, you ain't got fire. Smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? We're on Pheasant Street. I could've helped you with that, I think. Right, I remember that. You have to reload that thing every time I speak. You must really hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Sure, you will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous detective. The village's partner with the trails of his adventure. Sight to behold. Care to hazard a guess, where do you suppose the Phoenix runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe inside the trunk I found inside the bed in his cabin? I would believe, yes. Who was there? Say, Mikotoba. I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Holmes? Well, you were. Why did you... The deuce did you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Holmes, Professor Mikotoba. Calling back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. Please prepare by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. Let's say, I haven't seen Mr. Sato looking so happy in a very long time. It's Iris. Iris is the niece of Benzique's. Oh, Reno, there you are. Here's on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat. Fill me boots. Come to fill me boots. Goodness, that really true, Gina. Yup, I'm losing me copper's clobbering. Going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Really leaving the police force, but why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. Anyway, no matter how I try, Ripper ain't never gonna... The Ripper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? What? Well, people can change, you know. Oh yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. He? It's the Spider's pocket watch. And the cross have been attached. The watch is his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at the Scotland Yard. 9 years without fail, I administered every second of that man's remarkable career. Now it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Buxton's career alive, taking on the great responsibility of wanting that watch every single day. Yes, someone with equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all. Boss was. Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, he was. Oh yeah, I made you a promise now, didn't I, Iris? I'll become a proper detective on one day. Track down your old man. Oh. Oh, awkward. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I find that hard to believe. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Because I think, you know. I think it's best for you to forget that promise, Ginny. Hey. Iris? Obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I came from. Thought it might tell me something about myself. Caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Really, Reno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it's what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Early? Every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think it'll be good to ba. Yes, Sholmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? 6 years, you and I saw many mysteries together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. A moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should have never have experienced it if it were not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. I must confess, it's a way off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food could go cold and that's the only problem. Have a nice week, Curly. I'm sure a week is long enough, Iris. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even relief from the shock of revelations. Created in the evidence of our suite of rooms, there is always a warmth of happiness to be had. I'm one of the worst greatest detective at my home, with my greatest family. The Harako has been my home and office for over a year now. Certainly I've had my own forgivable experiences while I lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor? Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about poor management you need to take care of. I see. I want to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? Terrorism. The subject of her father came up. Brooklyn forensics. I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. Well, it was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Quinven's last final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Collins just had to back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. Some upon a crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Description of Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. We were decided to investigate that insignia. Sooner or later, you would have made a connection to the Van Zeeks. To make things much worse, we saw the new the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. Oh yes, the hounds in the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast being a dog being used as a murder weapon. All with the Baskerville family emblem around his neck. All with the two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. Only faulty any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. See. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris is the hounds of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I curiously left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. Smaller case Shom and I pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Jones and I discussed the matter and decided that we could not allow the publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript I posed to Jones for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. Since then, like Jones had told me how Sushi become. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifting. Oh? I think at some point in the future, time will come for Iris to know the truth. Won't that as well? Live a little, be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk about talk to you about something too. Judge it for an expression and see you come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Quite sure. Well, I only hear as a substitute for Kazuma. He's here in Britain now. It's originally intended. Comes to the Naruhodo Esquire. Doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Come back now. When I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. He needs a file in Japan, California. Kazuma, Chisato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushed me in that direction. Spent the best parts of a year immersed in this world. I was always aware of a seed doubt inside me. So today, sitting in that room earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client. I was sure I could see the trial through. At the end of it, I finally realized no one chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of defense lawyer, eh? Yes. Where I am now. Well, I'll be going back to yours. Very nice. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds like you made quite a resolution there. Sound tired. I've been doing a lot of reading. Have. Very well then, I must say it's extremely welcome news. I'll make arrangements for return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll wish you good night. She did not leave, apparently. This is Sato-san. She did not leave. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... Find the part about Iris' real father thing. No words from the beginning. So you made up your mind. Return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I didn't want to early this evening, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you would decide, Naruhodo-san. You did! Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose that means this has to be farewell soon. Suppose... He'll be a great help for Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the whole British courtroom. Certainly benefit for having a brilliant judicial assistant on his side. Do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was already supposed to be coming to burn as Cosmo's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, everyone thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Koi-san. Here again. Can't believe this day has finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit, say you will. Of course, I promise. Things you will say before you will never see them ever again. Things to say that you will never... Things to say before you will never see them ever again. It was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection. Something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Is he coming back with us?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Oh, I guess he's just here to see us.
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh?
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
He's not the Reaper though.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Take the sword
I'd
back.
like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Oh, he didn't say, you know, a katana is a Japanese man's soul.
Until
He
we
says
meet
that every
again, then.
time.
You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
What? She's gonna come with
I mean,
us?
I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
That's what you like about him?
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry.
She will put her luggage on.
As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Honk. Time to take another 5-month trip back to Japan.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
That's what Iris sounds like?
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Draw the sword. Have a sword fight before you go or something?
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
Don't forget me, he says.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
I mean,
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
oh no, he's gonna say it's gonna be a real debt or something. Like you owe us money. I bet.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What?
He's
The
visiting?
truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I can't wait.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months
Oh
ago.
god, everyone on the ship
But
is
that was just the
cardboard
start of my journey.
cutouts.
Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Abduction?
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
Wilson.
We
So
have but to
Wilson.
gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that.
Vizix was
When
not
I
here.
do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection?
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh my god. Didn't expect the pursuit theme to be playing or whatever. The final pursuit theme. Yeah. It's peak, I'm afraid. But Thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph to this day. No purveyor of electrical goods. Hobbs Court, close court secrecy. Absence for London or sojourn in distant times. Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand the wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. It's gonna hide in the wardrobe. Gave a little note early the other day. She said thank you for everything, Daddy, but made Hurley cry. Give him some lotion I meant as well to dye his hair red safely. He said that might make him cry too, so you'd rather not use it. Those days when I was known as the Rooper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear a prosecutor's badge with pride, but darkness and unsuspicion is no more. You two are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must strive forward to a brighter future. Lots of them know for me, you know. I could read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. Clear a lot of stuff up. Boss was trying to protect me, see? That would Chief Inspector vtuberen do for the Londoners. I only wish I could say how grateful I was before he, you know. Rest in peace, Gregson. You know, the truth is I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. My brain died at heart, but it's a good heart. Remind me I need to be true to myself. I have one more job to take up before it's ta-ta to London for the foreseeable. And then, got to complete your education in art detection a la Gregson, as they say. I thought one last thing. Just one last mission. aka how you die as a police officer or something. Excellency, the man is accused of illegal entry to foreign ministry affairs. Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. The mission has been taken in British Airways. Who's cash counts for defense and women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh really, my first two set of sons in the British courtroom on time and doing a wonderful job. Questioning is the service of a regular legal team. Is it true about the Japanese people? They're expert at filleting corpses. Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I have to hold my filleting skills. If you don't mind, you, Mama. Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No, and I'm glad. Oh, thank you for the on-screen celebration, Cora. Thank you. Here I am in Gripper on an invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around and that everything was settled. Well, what have I done? I'm so sorry I put this fun in the hotel and now can't afford the bill. Opera, come to my rescue again, please. Just wish I could venture there sometimes. Until I did the next waxwork of my pillar in the cemetery, I realized what happened. Even when I witnessed it in the high score line, I could never speak of it. This is a original pursuit team. Stuck on bargains, see? Faithful reproduction of sisters, there was nothing we two of us could not do. Everyone calls me gossip. Not this again. I'm not this. Everyone calls me a pepino. I still eat spaghetti. Everyone they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, when I'm released, we're all going to strike a rich together. Can't believe they made that Italian guy go like, I sell the spaghetti. I sell a spaghetti. Once accepted me before I started to I knew exactly what path I had to take, however I might have ended. No one wanted to see you there. I ended up on the doctors, no one that would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there is a new path I want to take. Chill with me in the corner, my friend. Until then, I'll leave Kadama in your care. My Sentinel Naruto-san, support the US while you can. As you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing a new office. We're delighted to be accompanying you after all. Talents have been recognized by the great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. Great ace attorney, some might say. She said the line, greatest attorney, she said it. Oh, it finishes Daruma. Oh my god, even Waga High is here. Naruhodo is Phoenix's ancestor, I'm pretty sure. I don't know about anybody else. I think Venzix might be distantly related to Edgeworth. Maybe. I actually do not know. Oh, it's my girl Ryotaro. What a charming young man. He's writing many memos. There's a real character, Soseki Natsume. Or is this even a character? Is a real person? Like, how am I feeling? Oh, allergic. Look, they're all lining up. There's Shamster. Those are the B people, the B gas company, the Soseki again. With Waga High. There's Enoch Drubber. There's the little German boy. Little German boy, no, your balloon. And there's Madame Two Spells. There's Dr. Scythe and Mary Gory. Their brain and Benzeeks. There's Sandwich. There's Gossip and Venus. These are the visuals. Then there's Mr. Barry Keating. It's Peppino and the Rosie or whatever, right? Phoenix is Ryuichi Naruhodo. Rexine and Gina and Toby. She's tap dancing. Oh my god, look at it move. God, Miko Tobai. So how did Watson get there? I mean, how did Burlock get there? Sergio, and then there's Strongheart. Cosma. Oh, there's an ending pose that they did. The more I look at Uranowski's hair, I'm like, what is that haircut? Genuinely, I do not understand what's going on with his hair. Like, what is that? Oh, this is back to Japan. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Fin. It's over. Where were you when PM happened? Oh, ending art. We did it. Where's DLC? I mean, there's DLC. There's even more unused songs. That's crazy. Oh, this one doesn't have any tap dancing in it. They're right. It's missing something without the tap dancing. Yeah, tap dancing kind of makes it so much better.
protection!
Accolades. Oh, this. There's a bunch of unlockable medals. Let's go, please. We're up this place. I don't know what these are. But it's too late to check them out. How is this homemade suit? How is this homemade dress? A Japanese Sherlock. Interesting. Oh man. It's peak, I'm afraid. Also, too much reading. Next time, we gotta pick a thing that doesn't have so much reading in it. Reading for like 6 hours is going to kill your voice. Reading out loud for 6 hours is definitely going to kill your voice. My voice is like a little raspy now. Freaked out, man. Also, it doesn't help that I ran out of water. Alright then. Thanks for watching. If you're done, you leave a like, comment, subscribe, I don't know. It was peak, I'm afraid. I'm peak right now. Alright, good night, good night. Brain is not working.